Alright, let's see. There are currently 3 people watching, I guess. So, just kill off these things and then we're gonna go ahead and get started. So what we're gonna be doing is making Rainbow Dash's guitar here. And what I'm thinking about doing is basically taking this body shape, since it's the only orthographic view I can get out of a guitar that's kind of similar, and modeling that more or less in the general shape, and then customizing to, you know, this. This looks more like a warlock, though. That is strange. Actually, that's not too far off of an assessment, though. Except it's got the warlock kind of feel there, but with a roundish edge there. So I may go for a warlock. Who in God's name buys a warlock, though? But okay. Alright. Trying to find an orthographic view of it. Probably my best bet right here. That's kind of small. I'll just work with it. So we're preparing the image I'm going to be referencing off of. So let's go ahead and make it transparent so it's easier to work with in Maya. They changed the tools up. There we go. What the hell? That's not what I wanted to do. I'm having issues because I'm using this new CC Photoshop, so give me a moment. There we go. He said this headstock will work on that later on. That's not a big deal. I can probably build that out without any kind of reference images other than looking off, say, the ones I got. Down here, instead of doing that, we're going to add a circle because it's definitely uncircled. And we're not going to worry about the hardware there. It doesn't matter because that's going to be changed. Something like that, maybe. Should work. All right, now we're ready to go, I think. We're gonna model from the top, I think. Which is that one right there. Image plane, it's somewhere up here. There you go. Yeah, the Qt interface for my thing is pretty bad. Holy hell, that's small. Alright. We're going to rotate it so that it's easier to model, maybe, maybe not. I think what I may do is half circle here and then join that to, say, a box model, a square box thing. That's going to be modeled into these little bits right here. Let's see what else. I want to rotate it. it doesn't really matter. You could technically rotate it. That. It's not very accurate. Anyway, that'll work. And looking at this, it's how tiny it is. So we need to move it up. Yeah, this should be big enough, I think. Alright, now we're going to move this right here because we're not working on the neck right now. And you can see I should have cleaned that up a little bit, but that doesn't really matter. How best to work on this? So probably gonna do a box model from this point to this point. Don't worry about this over here. And then we'll just add the edge loops to get what we need here. But let's go ahead and see if we can deal with this curvature right here. Before we get too involved with it, we need to go away, you lazy fuck. Alright, we're gonna increase this to just to get more curvature. The X-ray. Our goal here isn't to be precisely accurate to the reference image, just enough that we can work with it. Obviously this is the center line here, so we're going to dump these. Now this black part here is the actual thing I made. So we're just going to go ahead and align, view, shift. I mean, you hold down and drag, you can get the bottom vertices as well. That way you're not like, not getting too weird on it. I'm just not really precisely making a rounded curve here. There are some tricks we can probably try to make this rounder at the end, but right now I'm just going to block it out. This is their endpoint. We're going to put it up here. Now, depending on the polygon count, we may do some actual smoothing. But for now, we're not. Alright, we have extraneous face here, so I'm just going to there we go. Now we have basically the rounded portion. It's not horrible looking. But now we can go out there and extrude these edges out, I think. We'll try extruding the edges out. If that doesn't work, we can go with attaching a box model. But I don't really like doing that very much because it kind of gets weird. Let's see. That's right. I'm not in the right subset there. We want to extrude edges, and that's going to be an edge extrude. That's not how you do it. Alright, so I think at this point we may just make a face if we can. That's going to be fill hole, I believe. And that's going to be smooth. I moved it around. Oh. There we go. Now we have a face. And we're going to extrude a face. In fact, instead of doing it like this, we're going to extrude this way. And then we're just going to go out there and keep extruding. Except, what is that going on? Oh, okay, that makes sense. We'll have to add, crap. We'll have to add more stuff later on. More divisions. Right now, just blocking it out. This point where it gets kind of weird, it's like I gotta add something for this and this. We'll just go ahead and keep going. Last time I had a bit of issue trying to make these work because they were kind of weird. Alright. This is where we get into moving the points around. We're gonna block. Oh shit, that's not what I want to do. We're gonna block out on this line right here, and then we'll work on the. If you look at her actual guitar, it's not exactly beveled a lot on the front. It doesn't have a lot of like curvature to it on the top, so it's not like a big deal. This is where we're going to have to add more curvature, but for now we're just going to block it like I said. That line kind of disappears right there, doesn't it? Okay. Whatever. You don't have to be super exact. As you notice, I'm working on just the y-axis right now, because we're going to go in there, like I said, and redo it. As you see, we're running into this issue of, okay, it's farther along this way than this way. We can fix that in a bit, I think. Yeah, that'll be next topic. Well, maybe not next, but we'll just go ahead and block this out. All right. This is what it looks like right now. Kind of goofy. But at least we have curvature to it. And it's all at one height, so that kind of was better than expected. At this point, we really need to address this part right here. But that's going to require us to edge loop cut, I think. And that would be multi-cut. I think I'm going to go with multi-cut. Because I can't do edge loops throughout the entire body because it's going to end right there. There's no point there or there. So it's going to have to either go here or be kind of weird. So I'm thinking about how I want to do this. Make it all go there, but then you're gonna have a lot of stuff going like this. It's not gonna work real well. I could also run edge loops like this, come back around. That's possible. We'll see. Let's see what happens when I do this. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That might work for this right here. It's already attaching to this right here. So it's not a big deal. We're not doing any kind of sculpting here, so not a big deal. It's just not going to be a pretty model. Or geometry, basically. Oh, snap. That's why you have to... There we go. What is that doing? What? Why is it... Oh, because it didn't go around. Herpaderp. Okay. Therein lies the problem. Okay, multi-cut. Let's see if we do this as straight as possible. That's not straight. That man, that's not what I want to do. So this to this. Alright, it didn't like that. However, what I could do is another insert edge loop, because it's exactly the same geometry in the bottom. And probably do that. And we'll connect those two when we get there, but I need to... Okay, that should work. I'll just go ahead and connect the two. What we can do now is just to make it look more appropriate. We can only move the edges that are on the bottom, but we want to make this line straight. So something like that. There we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and move on. Go ahead and form this thing. We don't care about this curvature here, like I said, so I'm gonna try to form it where it looks like it's following that line up there. Alright. We're going to do the same for this right here. Actually, you know what we really need to do? Is save our work. It's kind of important. I've already set my project to C Mesa Projects Source FileMaker because that's where Mesa is going to be working out of. And we're going to call this Rainbow Rocks _ Rainbow Guitar. Skype. All right. So we're going to edge loop again. Kind of actually follows a certain curve there, but it also only goes on that one. I wonder if I can. No. We'll consider this bottom one our main one. I'm just going to go ahead and line them back up. Image plane's in the way, isn't it? We're just gonna turn it off for now because it's in the way. Here's where things get weird. I think we lined up. Ugh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna line the back up to the top. Because for some reason I can't see through my image plane, which kind of sucks. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. We'll do that in a second. The image plate's running inside of the actual model itself. It just needs to be moved down, or I need to move the model up a little bit. So we'll do it in a second. Alright. I mean, for the purposes of a surface prop or a static prop, it doesn't have to be the cleanest. And you're not really going to see the back anyway, that much. But if you're going to model something, at least try to model it right. Alright, so like I was saying, the image plane needs to be moved down a little bit. There we go. That should be good to go. Alright, so I was right. The top of the model is actually what we wanted to do. Trying to think what I want to do next. We're still having to comply with this curvature here, so we'll need more going this way. At this point, we'll need a neck joint, and then we'll need to continue on with this curve there. We can move. I'm trying to think how to do this without being too messy. Let's see, edge loop. So edge loop. And oddly enough, it actually created the bottom side edge loop. Okay, that's awesome. That was strange. Alright, this point what we can do is we can decide, hey, let's add more this way, make it cleaner, or if we don't care about the cleanliness of the actual mesh since it's not going to be sculpted or anything, we can actually just push these up and around like that. Maybe not. Because we're trying to define this shape right here, which means we need to I don't like that. What I could also do is, because we have so many of these extra points there, we only care about this first poly group right there, whatever you want to call it, which would be this. So we can go ahead and dump some faces, I think. Yeah. Like that. Obviously we don't need these either. Why this edge here I don't know. There we go. Alright. And what we're doing here basically is, okay, we've opened up this point there. Speaking of which, we need to... For some reason, Maya likes to bitch and moan and groan about, hey, it's a border edge, hurt. Well, fuck you. That was actually a face I just deleted, but... we can go ahead and see if we can fill hole. I don't think it's going to work, but... actually it does, okay. At this point, it's probably best if you connect your verts again, simply because you want to maintain the edge loops. You want to maintain the stuff. Alright. And it's still the active tool, so we'll just go ahead and select our points like that. Yeah, if you hit enter, it'll finalize the stuff. Alright, so it looks like, yeah, it's still a contiguous mesh, if that makes sense. Alright, we've done the first level of deleting faces. We'll still need to do more just going across here, which is why I wanted to join the mesh, because we want to, I'm just going to go ahead and do it now. I don't know if that worked or not. Yeah, I guess it did. This is why we keep the mesh together. Alright, so that created what we needed to create. Actually, let's make sure that... Yep, okay. If you're wondering, I'm using a 3D Connection Space Navigator mouse, 3D mouse. Navigate around, it makes it a lot easier. I'm going to go ahead and add another there, probably another there. We may try to do mesh smooth on this, depending on the face count, but I'm not sure yet. So we're just gonna work what we got now. Because if we add too much detail, it's kind of harder to work with. And I'm sorry if I'm talking to myself more or less. I'm not seeing the chat because I don't have two monitors. So I'm not ignoring you, I'm just... Well, maybe I am, but I'm not purposely ignoring you. If you're trying to ask questions. Not really the purpose of the stream, though. Alright, so that's what it kind of looks like right now. You got a bit more curvature there. Oh god. So this is the mesh smooth preview. This ain't not gonna work. That's what would happen if I smooth the mesh right now, which I'm not going to. I'm gonna go ahead and define the neck joint area where it's gonna connect. In fact, let me figure out how I want to do this. Yeah, we're going to snap the grid on these points to make a square. And we'll go ahead and create a new edge loop. Oh yeah, if you don't like a particular song in this, I'm just listening to Plenty of Alive. And I'm not actually controlling the music. Let me just see what's going on with the 54 minutes in. We're good to go. Looks like still. Takeo's here. Argo's here. What? Okay, hold on. Alright, so I'm just now checking stream comments. Sorry, I have no second monitor, so I can't see this going on. I'm glad that I'm surprised Takeo is here. Argo's here. God damn it, Argo. Goofball. Alright, going back to the model. That's what you're here for. One of these days I'll have a second monitor. I may put out a fund me. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, let's go back. We're going to And no, Argo Damon, if you missed what I'm doing, I know you're kidding, but that's what I'm doing. Right there. Not this. This. You dirty, sick bastard. Alright. So we've got to make this neck joint kind of go around like this. And make that. However, if I just went out there and flat out deleted faces there, that may not work. But it may work too. I want to maintain the edge loops going down vertically as straight as possible. Because it's good to keep your model as clean as possible while you're going along. Otherwise it's going to be a mess. Let's see. So this is definitely an orthographic view, more or less, of this BC Rich guitar. So I should be able to go out there and make this as straight as humanly possible. There's our grid point right there too, so I can just go ahead and do that. Snapping the grid there. I want to not necessarily snap the grid all the way. We're just going to play with this for a bit. Oh, there we go. I kind of want the, this is the neck, it's going to be, I don't want to have that curvature that's automatically assigned or made whenever you do the edge loop cut, because this is going to be the neck through edge loop. So we're going to go ahead and straighten out on this line. We're snapping the grid to the general area. And what this edge loop is going to do is it's going to take this curvature right there and make that. Actually, I need more subdivisions on my grid. Is that enough? I think that may be enough. No, because I'm going to create edge loops for this going this way. So I really need to move it like that. Be very careful when you're doing grid changes, because if you add too many grid points, it's going to slow down the machine a lot. So we have enough grid. We have this grid line right here that I was looking for now. And we're just going to snap the grid. Holy hell, that's not what I wanted to do. Why are you not snapping the grid? Okay, maybe not. Snap the grid, Daniel. Okay, there we go. It was probably snapping the grid. It was snapping to a grid smaller than I could see. So, I'm just using X to snap the grid. This also helps us define exactly main shapes. I don't know. Let's see. Did I just goof that up? I think I just goofed it up. No, it's fine. I'm also trying to keep in mind the UVs that we'll be working on. The reason why I did that, I didn't answer, is because we're going to be extruding faces, these faces on top, going across to make this neck board. So it helps to be as straight as possible when you're making the faces. So we'll go ahead and do that up here as well. To make it not be exact to the image, because if I add another grid level, it's going to break on me, so I'm just going to go ahead and defining the outer edge of the neck board there. Actually, no. That's the... we'll consider that inner edge. Maybe we'll do binding or something on that. I don't know. Because we need to go up a little bit more so it's more level, more even across the vertical there. If that makes sense. Otherwise, it's going to look unproportional when we get done with it. What I'll do now is move these verts up, not grid snapping, and then we're going to edge loop split again. Oh, there we go. Make sure that went down. Okay, we're good to go. Back to vertex mode. So this is the top of the pickup right there. So, and this is kind of the, and it's kind of like blurry because of the pixels. But we're going to assume the position. Haha, get Shrek'd. Actually, no, we're going to go ahead and go to 5. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's where we want it because we want this grid line right there. However, it's kind of, there we go. Oh, look, an Equestria Girls song. Hooray. Okay. So, we could work on this a bit more, but we'll work on that finer detail in a bit, probably. My goal with this now is to go ahead and define this area right here. This is where our bridge and our pickup and our neck's going to start. So we've already kind of laid this out. These out are straight. This needs to be the same grid distance between there and there. So I'll go back and do that. You see there's a 1 grid difference there. We're going to move this down 1 grid 1 unit on this current iteration of the grid. That's the way of putting it. We'll define the curvature of the actual thing in the next edge loop going down. Actually, what? That's going to cut into the pickup though. Alright, looks like the neck actually kind of like gets cut away there, but it's actually ending there. So that's not the case up there though, because it's got the flat back. I don't particularly care as long as the end result's smoothish. So we're going to define this the end of the pickup, right? Oh. That was my reference in the jet. Shut up, you. Alright. Well, it actually cuts a bit down there for the pickup. So I'm going to call the end of the pickup right here. This grid line will just go one down. It's not particularly important, but I am slightly OCD when I do stuff, so especially straight lines. I want my straight lines. From these squarish areas here, we're going to form the actual like pickup covers and stuff. That's why I kind of want it to be square, not just the neck part. Yeah. What's important here is that we extrude these faces in this face at the same time. But we'll get to that part in a bit. We're still not done with defining the curvature of the side here. Let me just check YouTube comments, see what's going on. Y'all just being goofballs. Okay. Yeah, I may not be able to get to any questions here, but you can send me one later on. Alright. So I'll go ahead and predefine some edge loops. I did that before I cut the faces because I don't want to reconnect everything after filling a hole. We're going to delete basically this face, and we'll use this line right here. Well, no, actually we won't. We'll use these vertices right here as the actual curvature points. We're going to go ahead and delete faces. Make sure you... Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's see. Alright, we'll leave this face here. That's what we want to keep. We can always... I would say we can always undo. Unfortunately, Maya sometimes doesn't like to undo a lot if you've got super complicated... if you've done a lot of operations, basically. Or if you're in the wrong thing or whatever. Yeah. If you have a problem where you're like, oh, this is an edge, and it's not deleting because it's a border edge, well, that's probably because Maya's stupid and doesn't let you do that. So I just do faces because it's an auto delete everything kind of thing. Even though they're not really faces, as far as I can tell. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and freeform these edge loops. These vertices, sorry. And if the question comes up of how long am I doing this stream for, I'm not exactly sure. We'll see, however. I'm on a roll. In fact, important point, always save your work. Especially when you're working with a program that sometimes crashes. Even though this supposedly costs $3,500 a license, you know, don't risk it. All right. One issue we're going to have right here is we need to... I could go out there and move this like that, but this is going to leave some weird stuff going on there. As you can see, we've kind of already got body going. And the beauty of the Rainbow Rocks guitar is it's already kind of angular, so I don't have to worry about too much actual smoothing. You can see there it's not the issue there with the actual like depression. It just needs to be fixed. I can fix that later on when I finalize the model geometry. But we want to definitely fix this part right there. So let's see what we can do with that. First, I think I want to go ahead and fill the hole, and we're going to play connect the dot. Woo, connect the dot. I don't need these anymore, or that anymore. And then start from there, there, there. Oh, whoops. So I definitely need to hit G again, and that'll reselect the tool I just used. Hit enter to complete the tool, G, so on and so forth. That's going to alright. I suppose I could do that one more time. Alright, that's where we have the problem. Actually, no, that was the wrong vertex. That actually belongs right there. So we're just going to, there we go. This is the vert we want to connect to this vert. Like that. Like I said, there's still that problem there. We may try moving the edge. Ooh, that's gross. No. Now I could try to do... See, that's the problem area. We're going to actually go back and connect these two. That's not going to work. Okay, I can do something else. We're going to extrude edge. It's probably not the most efficient and best way of doing it, but I've been doing the same operation for a bit now. I can just show other stuff. Now, don't work in the vertical direction. You'll just always work in the only work in the axes you actually need to work in. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. Okay, we're going to switch the vertex, and we're going to merge components to center on both of these. And they should be more or less lined up when we get done with it, because the edge was extruded, and that was controlling both of those verts. So that basically makes that. Now, we don't want interior faces because that's going to cause problems later on. So we'll do that. Now we want to edge, fill hole, if that works. I don't think it will. Sometimes it's very finicky sometimes. I guess it worked that time. The reason why I'm kind of like going off on tangents about stuff not working is sometimes it doesn't work. And I don't know why. It usually tells me, but it's a generic error message that doesn't mean jack diddly shit to me. So. Alright, so we fixed that geometry problem. We just need to go back and connect the dot here. Well, actually, let's fill this hole. And we're going to create this loop coming back up. Alright. What to do? Let's see what the connect does. I don't... Oh, crap, that's not what I want to do. I accidentally created this edge loop there without realizing it. Connect. That's all I want to do. Stop. 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 Alright, we're going to redo the fill hole. Alright. Now we want to switch to vertices. Select that one. That one. I don't know if this will work, but apparently not. Alright, here's what we can do instead. We can multi-cut. Trying to be as straight as possible, but working in perspective mode is a art in and of itself. So if you can do grids, that's fine, but I can't at this point. All right, now we have triangles here, which would be bad for smoothing, as I'll probably show you just a second. Actually, that doesn't look horribly bad, all things considered. But we're not going to be doing that because the actual guitar is very angular. Instead, to get these edges where they're actually kind of not super ultra sharp, because right now they're 1 pixels, we'll do bevels on them. But otherwise, we're done with that part of it. Now we're just going to move the verts down just a little bit. Alright, so at this point we've already defined the basic outline. I want to add more curvature here, so we're going to go back to that operation of insert edge loop tool. You really don't want to put too much detail too early into the design, like right there, because you'll have problems. And you'll be working with so much detail, it's going to get confusing. So, as you can see, it did move the yeah, it's having issue because it was trying to go across this one edge, which is not, well, I guess it is contiguous going across, but it's weird sometimes. So it doesn't matter because it's not at a point where we actually need to add any more detail. Not really, at least. If we need to, we can fix that. So we're just going to go over here. If you add more faces, eventually what it'll do is, even though these won't be perfectly straight and smooth going across, the more you do it, the more you'll have to hide that fact. See here, we've got a problem of That vert's weird. It's not really perfect, but it'll do. At this point, I think we've got the curvature down of that part. What we need to do now is work on this curvature. Even though it's not really that intricate, we need to add like one right there, or maybe one right there. See how that affected it. Alright, that creates that edge loop going across. It comes down. Yeah, I'm checking my edge loop, sorry. Extra time, but probably gonna put one more right there. Right there. Right there. Now, as you can see, that didn't really go across. It did go across the bottom, but not to the other side, so it's kind of like... In this case, it probably doesn't matter, but I'm going to go ahead and connect these vertices. So we're not smoothing or nothing. And we'll do the same for the bottom. That was the G key. Alright. And we're not working in polygons either. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a couple... We're working mostly in quads, but not in... we're not exactly 100% quads. We're doing some triangles here and there. As you can see, this is kind of like, holy hell, there's a lot of edge loops there, but it doesn't matter in the end. We're sitting at 1,044 faces, and we've defined the basic shape of the guitar. At least that curvature over there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to the main body of this guitar and go in this direction instead of this direction. And before I do that, I'm going to check comments. You won't see this in time. Combine vertices. Yes, I saw that, Takeo. Alright, Stormflash says, hey Aggie, aren't Maya and Blender the same? I've been using it for a while. Autodesk is not a copy of Blender. In no way, shape, or form. Autodesk Maya has been around as alias Maya before Blender was a thing. Blender is a copy of 3D software. It's a good copy, but it's a copy of... It's not even actually a copy. It's a different package that copies elements of certain other 3D programs that cost thousands upon thousands of dollars, and does it well enough that people can work with it. So it's not... Maya is not a copy of Blender. It does similar functions, but it's different. It's not a copy. Let's see. As far as Takeo's comment on Blender, that's more of a UI problem, with me at least. That's why I don't really... I use Blender sometimes. As you'll see here, I can actually work in it more or less very basically. But I have access to a tool that I can work in. I've been working in since 2009, and I know how to use. I use Blender since 2006, but Maya came around and I progressed my knowledge using Maya, not Blender. So I kind of forgot a lot of my Blender knowledge. Blender back then was really basic, really basic. But because I get Maya for free now as an educator, I just use that. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to answer questions. Sorry if there's a delay. What I'm going to do basically is whenever I define a milestone in my mind, such as finishing this curvature, I'll come back and check the comments and answer questions as I can. I'm glad to see people are actually watching my stream. The reason I'm doing it is because it helps motivate me to actually work. Instead of saying, oh, I'm just going to model and then fart around the internet, because I can't really fart around on the internet if y'all are watching. Or at least it wouldn't make it for very interesting stuff. But anyway. On to the topic of like Maya and Blender and stuff like that. I used to be a Maya loves all, you know, kicks everyone's ass kind of thing, but you gotta realize that Blender is a powerful tool and is free for people. It's just a matter of what works for you. Despite the issues I have with Maya sometimes, it's still my preferred modeling tool. And I don't animate, so I really can't speak on that, but I know that's what it's for, really. Max is probably the best. 3ds Max is probably the best for modeling, simply because that's its focus. But why learn 3 or 4 programs when you can learn one? If it works for you, work for you. It's good to go. We're ignoring that part right there. This is kind of a rough cut of this. Now, because I pushed all these vertices here, I can do some work to actually smoothen this up a little bit. Because we want to make this kind of smooth going up to the top, even though it's still angular guitar. And I hope you can hear my mic over the music. I did turn the music as low as it goes. And in OBS it does say I'm talking louder than the actual music, so... Oh, I'm dropping frames like a motherfucker. Okay, never mind. It's only 2%, sorry. So, yeah, YouTube was complaining to me about, oh, your bitrate's too low. Well, screw you, YouTube. I would do a lower streaming quality as far as the resolution goes, but the problem is it would not show all the UI elements as well, because I'm working on 1080p screens. I don't even know if this is how I want to do it, but it's kind of weird. Wow, this is turning out to be weird. Alright, hold on. Good God, that's not what I want. Okay. This work. Control Z works. For the point of this, I'm not going to go into too terribly much detail, fixing small little things. I am OCD in a certain respect, but we can block out the majority of the guitar first, and then work on the rest of it. Alright. I don't know. This seems like it's kind of this. Now, there's a bigger depression there, though. I see. Actually, maybe not horribly bad. It's just, it seems like... Crap, come on, close. Looks like I could probably angle this down a little bit more. You know what? Like I said, I'm not gonna. We'll do the touch-ups where it makes it exact, I guess, later on. We'll go ahead and move on to the neck of the guitar, because I don't want to bore you with the mundane. Let's look at the comments real quick. Oh, Epic LP is here. Oh, how's it going, Epic? Alright. Oi, 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 bear in mind. Yeah, you're right, Epic. I am hoping no copyrighted brony music comes on. Good God. I've had that happen before, where I'd be like listening to pony radio stations like I am now, and some random like RGS song comes on,
and I get kicked off the stream because he registered the damn music as actual music, and now it's in Content ID. I can't even. I'm taking a very big risk here playing Brony music, but there's really nothing else I can play that would not throw off Content ID, which I hate horribly. But I made sure to turn off ads and everything else, so hopefully we'll be okay, but you never know. YouTube is a butt. Alright, so we'll work on this point up here later on. That's probably the major issue at the current moment. Oh, I missed these parts. No wonder I thought it was weird looking. Okay, we're going to go down like that. Alright, that defines that. And I can definitely add another loop here to add this curvature. Let's go ahead and do that. I think it'd be a little bit more angular. Like that, maybe. I don't know. I just wanted to define that. Curvature here's fine. Looks practically fine. We can see there's an issue there where the round is matching up with the block. There too. We'll do the bevels on this later on. Like I said, this could be smoothed out a little bit more. But at this point, we're going to work off these faces and build out our neck. Now, I can't show you because I don't have a camera set up, but looking at my guitar, my Fender Yngwie Malmsteen signature Strat. Anyway, the neck itself is actually starts like right here. It's not the full length, full thickness of the guitar. So we'll have to probably add a edge loop. Let me just, crap, not that one. Oh, lovely. Okay, great. Well, the problem here is that it's not a contiguous mesh. It's being a butt. So I kind of figured I was going to do. All right, let me reference off my guitar right now. Give me 1 second. Looks like the thickness is about 3/4 the body of the guitar, and then 1/4 the actual neck portion, and then the neck, the fretboard will actually come off right here up to a certain point. So we're going to maybe that's half. This is probably what we want to do. Of course, that went off that way. Let's see if I can. Actually, let's see if we can do it from the side here. Yeah. Actually, what the devil? Ah, okay. Maybe I can tell. I'm in side view right now, so I want to say this is the line, but Let's just figure it out. All right. What is this line? Oh. Well, it looks like it went around the guitar there. It's just we need to line them up. So that's why I'm seeing it, because it's going all around the guitar. That's just behind it. So let's just go over here and insert edge loop. Now what I could do, however, to make this easier to see, is we're going to isolate these faces. Because this edge loop right here kind of cut off right there, which we'll fix in a bit, but I want to line it up just perfectly. So we're going to hit Shift I and isolate those faces. Keep the selection, move back, come back here, Shift I, well, Control Z, Shift I, there we go. That'll isolate the faces. Now, as you'll notice, we can go back in here, undo that, select the edge, and then we're going to align it to a grid point. That way I can easily snap the grid to the same place. So this edge can move up right there, I think, yeah. And then we're going to connect vertices again. All right, that connects that. Shift I again, get out of that. And now we need to connect this down. All right. And we're going to try to insert edge loop tool here. Well, okay, crap. Once again, we're going to fix this. Crap, that's not what I'm going to go back. Control Z. Alright. I want to take the a few faces from here. And as you see, we already have the working edge loop right there. We just need to fix this one last portion. So we're going to isolate faces again. So edge loop tool, yeah, and we're just going to snap that edge to that grid point again, and then we're Control Z. Nope, not that one. All right, back to insert edge loop tool. For some reason, that doesn't want to do it. Alright, what we can do here is, since we've already got two nearby vertices, we'll go ahead and connect them and be done with it. As you can see, that kind of has a small issue with this edge here. Actually, the edge loop. I'm trying to think how I would do that. Why do I not have a corresponding loop there? Okay, that could be part of the problem. Control Z, go back. And then we want to maybe edge loop split again, or insert edge loop. No, not what I want to do. A better idea. Let's get rid of these edges. Because I think what it's doing is defining that. I have to get rid of the vertices as well. If you delete an edge, it's going to leave the vertices, and that'll confuse you as why the hell is it working, not working. So just make sure you delete those. Let's make sure we actually need that geometry. We could definitely, yeah, let's add another edge loop there. Because, oh crap. I was talking about with, I'll just add some lines here. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I don't think we actually need that, so we do. We can go back to. Seems to be only these edges that are causing it. Maybe it's because it's a triangle and not a quad. And quads were fine. Let's just add a few more, and then we'll move them out. Whoa. What the devil was that? Oh, I'm doing the edges. Let's do vertices. Ah, that could be a problem. Extraneous. Oh, what? Ah, okay. Crouching Tiger hidden edge loop. Still, what the devil? Oh, you know what it is? Probably complaining about what? I think I can shift delete, maybe control delete. Alright, that didn't exactly do what I wanted to do, but we're going to pretend. There, maybe. What the crap? No, no. We're going to go back. Okay. See if anyone has comments. Model a banana, please. Okay, maybe. There's probably one out there already. I'm reading, goddammit. Fucking. What's illegal? okay. Alright, well, I'm not going to bore you anymore on this part because, quite frankly, it's one of those doesn't really need to be modified, but it kind of irks me that there's still this vertice that I cannot delete for the save. Like, there's not even like a hidden face there that I can tell. Because you go in there and, well, let's go into X-ray mode again. There's not a hidden face. We've got perfectly fine mesh there. I just can't delete that one vertice. I mean, how many edges do I got? One edge, two edge, and I should be able to delete. Yeah, see, it's just this one edge loop right there. Well, yeah, I can't delete that either. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm not going to bore you more of this because to fix that, I'm going to have to just delete that entire area and rebuild it. So we're going to go ahead and build out the bottom of the guitar. And that's going to basically be... How do I want to do this? This is the border edge of the neck. That's the border edge of the neck. And this is the main part of the neck. Okay. So I think what we're going to try to do is extrude out just these. And we're not going to bother with doing a complex joint there because, one, it doesn't fit with the overall design of the guitar to have a very complex neck joint, which I'm looking at right now. My main guitar I've been using as reference, more or less, as well. And yeah, it doesn't make much sense. So we're going to use the modeling toolkit to extrude out. What I want to do... Well, crap. Alright. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't work. You see how it did this? Well, we're going to have to fix that. Because we've already set it up to, this is why I set it up to grid lines, because that way it's so much easier to work with if it goes awry. Because I did edge loop, I did edge, I'll get extruded. Yeah. We want it basically to be straight across. No kind of weird things going on. Yep. Oh, the reason why I actually did that is because there's an angle there. You see this edge loop right there? That's angled. This is not, so they didn't have a problem. So I think we should be fine now that we fixed that. But you never know. So what I'm thinking of doing is faces every time there's a fret. That way I can just use that as a guide. That may or may not work out, but we'll see. We'll have to work on the frets later over here, but that's not a big deal. We'll just go ahead and extrude out again. And it remembers our last extrusion amount. So like right now I did that. I'd rather use the actual reference image for the guitar. The problem is I don't have an orthographic view of it, reference image, because Hasbro is not a bro. So we'll just have to work with the this guitar. I mean, I am kind of anal retentive sometimes, so it's not like people are really going to notice or care. If they do, then so what? Oh, because it keeps forgetting my selection. There's an easier way to do... Crap, go back. It may have accidentally created a face there. Okay, no. extrude. We're going to do the center of the fret. Hit enter to complete the extrusion. Extrude again. Using G now, we're just going to make it a little bit faster, more efficient. Enter G to reuse the tool. I like this remix of this song. Or redo of the song, whatever. And actually, we're going to want to put a roundish thing on the bottom. It's going to be interesting to see how I can do that without making it messy. Now I removed the headstock there because we're going to custom make that probably at the end. We're just going to extrude to the nut of the guitar. Get your laughs out now. Alright, so that makes basically this proportionate bit. We could go ahead and do the fretboard, but I think that's probably better for later. What I want to do is add a cylinder, I think. This is going to be interesting. Go ahead and save. I don't want to lose all my work. We're going to check the chat. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm scrolling from the bottom and going up. So, I love you too, Argo. Had my babies. When he read the chat, all the messages was in wrong order. I'm sorry. Okay. It goes from down to top. So nothing made sense. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like break it out into specific questions, like addressing that little silly stuff. You know, I really don't see any actual questions here other than goofy stuff, so I'm sorry. But yeah, we're gonna go back to this. Let me get a drink of water real quick. How long are we going for? 2 hours? Probably. Yeah, 2 hours. This is more progress I've made on this thing. I would show you my original take at this, but it's embarrassingly bad, because yeah, the edge loops were kind of bad like this too. They were just awful. I mean, at this point, because I need to fix those angular things there. But once that's done, the majority of the base shape's fine. Alright. So let me turn the grid back on. Oh, the grid's on. Okay. I want to create... What do I want to do this with? I'll have to use this, of course. Whoa, not what I wanted. Well, I can fix that. We want to rotate in the Z-axis 90. What the hell? I'll just go. I was in the channel box, but this is the attribute editor. We'll just do that attribute editor. I don't know why it wasn't working. It's not locked. X, Y, Z. I think this is Z. It's not taking. I mean, I thought it was numlock, but I keep doing numlock on my keypad, and it was not that. So, all right, this is going to be interesting. So, first of all, we're going to have to isolate this so we don't mess with the other one. And we're going to go into sure this is what I want. No. I'm going to work inside then. There we go. That may work. I think what I want to do is it's looking like it's like angling. It's like from here it's kind of angling down. Let me see if I can address this. Right there. No, that's not the right one. This is the right one. Hit F for focus. Oh, because I was shift. Okay, so when you isolate faces in a certain viewport, it stays. It's like independent of itself. So I had isolated some other faces in this side viewport. That's why. Okay. Not that I didn't know that. It's just blew past my mind for a bit there. So we're gonna align it to this grid point there. Grid line, sorry, I keep saying grid point. That way it's flat. So when it goes across the bottom of our fretboard, more or less, it will lay flat. Let's just make sure that's right. Flat, we're good to go. Now, the problem with these kind of cylinders with this little amount of actual divisions is okay. Maybe I can do it like this. 40. Holy shit. All right. I should have done this in the beginning, and basically we're gonna add more divisions to make it smoother. I think 40 should be fine, because we're not going to be using all 40 of them. We're going to be using the bottom, or one of the halves. And then you're going to make sure you delete these faces as well. Makes that flat. We're going to go back into our side view. And because... there we go. So I like Maya in this regard because I can see the aliasing a lot easier than Blender sometimes when I'm modeling. Because I don't see any aliasing here, because that means it's straight. That's what I've learned how to. That's how I've learned how to tell if something's perfectly straight, is if there's any aliasing in the orthographic view. All right, so crap. When you want to show the geometry again after doing a Shift-I to isolate your geometry, you just deselect everything and hit Shift-I in the viewport. So you see it. Okay, yeah. Alright, what we're going to do now is we're going to fit this to the width of the bottom there. Because we're going to match these points up. Go back to expert mode. What we'll have to do is we'll have to create edge loops that connect with the other edges here. But let us first center this. Oh, what the heck? Yeah. Let's first center this onto the it's not exactly centered. Why is it not centered? Alright. Now we want to scale all. That way we're not just doing sides, and it keeps the roundness of the shape. And what we'll do is we'll start from down here. And once we've got this to the right height, we'll okay, once we get this where it's the right width and stuff, we get down here, we'll extrude these faces towards the back there. That way we're going to line them up to the actual grid lines here. So first thing I can probably do is go ahead and do some of that pre-work there. Control Shift. Oh. Control Shift will, if you don't know, will actually deselect, and we want to just move these back. Doesn't really matter. We're not matching that up right now. We are matching up, however, is this. And all right. Now, what I would tell you is you don't want interior faces in any regard. So we want the edge, we want the circular part to go to the end, otherwise it's going to look weird and not technically work as a guitar. And it's also kind of not exactly perfectly fitting there. Yeah, so what's confusing me here is the actual image plane, because there's just too much going on. So image plane, we're going to go and change the perspective mode just for now. Alright. As you can see, we've got two objects. Even though this is probably centered, it needs to be just reduced a little bit, where it's practically right. Alright. Okay, I think I just need to go over here and do this. There we go. Once we get this done, we'll combine mesh. Once we get this lined up, I guess, is my point. We'll combine the two meshes together. That way you can connect them together as a single mesh. In case that's a question people are asking. Now, I'm just getting nitty-gritty here. See, it's not exactly perfect. Yeah, it's off-center. That's what the problem is. Right now I'm just checking to make sure that it works. I know this is kind of a pain in the butt for some people to watch, but it is very important to do. This is a major part of the mesh, not just a nitty-gritty thing. If I don't do it now, it's going to be a pain in the butt to fix. The problem is it's snapping the grid just fine. It's not exactly perfect. Not that you would see this much detail in the end. For some reason, these faces kind of... It doesn't really matter, these faces. These faces are going to go away on the bottom here. So I think that's good to go. We're going to go ahead and remove the interior faces. So you don't want interior faces. One, it's just extraneous faces. Two, it can cause problems with texturing and other things. Like here, you can see there's interior faces. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and read the comments right now. And 320. Okay, we're good to go. All right. So Aggie, what wants real questions? Kay, how old are you? Where do you live? How do you model already? How long do you model already? Are you a wizard? Okay, to answer your question. Okay. Okay. You're going to see in the window, I'm going to answer Takeo on my internet lag. Messages look different on my screen. I'm actually, because I only have one monitor, I can only see, that's why I'm not doing it a lot, so you're not seeing everything all the time. Yeah, I asked earlier if you're able to stream the compiling of the model if you manage to finish it. To answer your question about compiling and streaming the model, I can do that. It depends on how much progress I make tonight. Now, I'm on my way to finishing modeling, but I'm not going to go out there and do the UVs, which I have to do before I compile. So I may do another stream. If I don't do another stream, I'll probably just record it I pretty much record everything I do, if I remember. The reason I'm doing a stream right now is because it forces me to sit down and do it, and then it's also being recorded. So I will probably either do a stream or do a recording of me doing that part of the model. All right. So to answer Epic's questions, even though they're silly, I'm 27 on the 27th of August of this month, or 27th this month. I live in Texas. Holy shit, there's updated comments. All right. How long do you model already? I've been modeling for about 2 hours. Are you a wizard? No. Reading comments type. How do I comment? Are you someone calling me? No one's calling me. Nigger, I can't, okay? Nigga, I can't get two screens. I don't have the money. I spent $2,000 on a guitar last year. I can't buy a new screen. Anyway, let's get back to this. So we're going to delete interior faces. which would include this one. We only care about these outside faces right here because this is what you're going to see. We don't want to connect weird stuff either. So also, when I do stuff like streaming or modeling, whenever I get really focused, it's kind of a new deal to sit there and interact with people. So even if I had two screens, I probably wouldn't see you for a little while. No offense, it's just a way it is. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do... Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think how I do this. I could do the round part up to here and then have the heel joint right there. So I might as well just do that. Because I'm not doing anything complex for the heel joint. Because one, you're not going to see it. Two, it doesn't really matter. And here's where I've goofed up. So crap. All right. No. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, this is what I don't like, is it's considering this edge looking thing as a face. So let's just... It's not necessarily an issue in my eyes, it's an issue of probably how I'm modeling. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting everything. You can't just like double click and select this thing for some reason. Not even edge loop. See, I can't do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep going and keep the faces we want. There we go. I've had this problem before when I did this. It's just you fix it now before it ruins your before it gets too annoying. So holy shit, not what I want to do. Alright, let's make sure everything else is fine. Yeah, there we go. Alright, Alright, so we still have that hole there. So no interior faces. You absolutely don't want that. Alright, control save. Check comments again. Okay, well here's the deal with monitors. I could probably go out and spend another $200-300 on the same monitor, but I have to have matching monitors. Like, it's OCD level stuff. So if I was going to do it, I would do 3 screens that are 27 inches 1080p. But I just don't have the money for it right now. And also my desk doesn't really support that because it's got like a stand on it that really only supports one monitor. So I'd have to go out there and completely remove that and move things around and, you know. Niggas help other niggas out. Yeah, I realized when I first tried to say that, I actually said the non slang word for it. And like, holy crap, I was just racist. But I apologize to anyone who heard that. I did not mean to. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is we're going to conjoin these 2 meshes together. Yeah, I managed to switch. Yeah, okay. By the way, if you're not familiar with Maya, this controls basically everything from window onwards, or assets onwards. Yeah, so. So to conjoin message, you want to select both of them, go to mesh, combine. Now, they're not linked together. I mean, they're not like, speaking of linked messed up. Well, what I mean to say here is that, yeah, they're not connected by vertices right now, but they're part of the general shape, I guess. So. What I want to do now is I want to actually make sure. Wow. It's not centered. Well, here's the deal. It's aligned on both sides. The center is not centered. Hi, if that makes sense, as you'll see here. Or that's not center, you know, not exactly center. So it doesn't really matter. Actually, maybe it does. Oh, you know what happened is it got moved. Let's fix that. Because we're going to join that point up here of the cylinder on this point right here. So you want to make sure it's kind of... Also, there's perspective distortion, which can be frustrating if you don't recognize it too soon. Because I need to move this right there. All right. We'll go back and open up our edit mesh tools and center. Oh, well, here's what happened. These points are not combined. Whoops. All right. What was I just doing? I have no bloody idea. But what I do know is there's this extraneous point that I have no idea is just some extra point that can just go away. All right. think what we're going to do for... We're not going to continue this edge loop here. We're just going to... because it's not going to make much sense. It's going to be weird. I don't see a point in continuing those two edges. Whoa, I must delete something. Why did it extrude without connecting? I don't know. Oh. Lol. I think what I need to do, even though I'm going to get rid of this edge loop, I need to just go ahead and combine these, merge the center. Alright, now we'll delete. So I want it to be a contiguous mesh. When I say that, oh, I need to get rid of the edge there. Even though it is kind of annoying sometimes that you can't delete vertices easily, it helps whenever you're like selecting and doing stuff like that, because then it's like, oh, it's not going to delete everything. Right here. Alright, we've now connected those faces where they need to go. What we'll do now, let's check comments again. Well, Takeo, no one found the word offensive. I actually grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, where I was the minority, and my best friends are black, so I really don't have a problem saying it because I grew up around it in the hood, so I don't know. Some people have offense to it, I really don't, because I'm from the hood. What, y'all going to bed? Alright, see ya, Epic. Such drama. Much wow. Alright. What we're gonna do now, as you see, we made the predefined like how we want each cutaway to go. We want to make sure the edges kind of are clean, even though that's not really a good example of it. We're going to first move out to the first point right here, and then from there we'll extrude out. So the best way to do that would be possibly this. Yeah, I think that's probably the best option. Let's line that up. All right. Now this is where we actually extrude out. And each extrusion will actually have to combine to the square body neck. That's just the nature of it. Where did I, okay. looks good.
What was that? I'm Rainbow Boyfriend. Rainbow Quack Quack? I'm the
As you see, when we're doing merging of the vertices to center, it goes ahead and lines these all up. So don't worry about that oddity quite yet. The only problem I see here is that you can definitely tell there's the edge right there. But I'm not going for super high poly modeling, especially if you're not going to see it very well. We'll see how it turns out. All right, we're going to go back here. From this distance, really can't really tell, but floor man to this. Okay. Alright. I'm not done with this part yet, but since I've taken a bit of time. Are you streaming out? Oh, yeah, I didn't know you were actually going to be on here. I'm actually a big fan of your work, so glad I can give you something to watch while you're sick. But all right, yeah, let me go back. So make sure I wasn't missing anything. I seem to be one of the few, if not only, modelers who use Maya exclusively. A lot of people use Max and Blender, but it's kind of hard to go out there and rely on someone else to teach people. I'm not really here to teach people. It's just more of like, hey, this is how I do it. Because if I try to teach you modeling, it's like impossible. Kind of like animating, more or less. So there's resources out there to do that with, learning the interface and learning what you need to do. But this is like how I do things. And I probably, no. Maya Select sometimes works, double clicking. Because of the topology, it's going to select everything, so I just have to manually do it. Let's go back here. Now notice I'm matching up this edge with this edge right here, so they're perfectly aligned. That's how I know I have it pretty much exact, as far as you can tell by eye, at least, in that one direction. You really can't get it perfect. It's a war of attrition, but you can get to the point no one sees actually. No one sees that there's a misalignment. So this is the back of the guitar. Forgot I kept moving this over here. One thing I wish Maya had that Blender has by default is showing the keys that I'm pressing. That way you could follow along, or I don't have to explain everything as it goes along, but maybe there is a tool like that, I just haven't seen it. I know Blender has it built in. So we have basically, I think, save our work, 2 more subdivisions, and then we're going to try to angle this down or do something with it. Because if I just end it like this on the back, it's going to look weird. I don't know what I can do with that, though. Could use soft select, I think is what it's called, and move everything down so it angles it smoothly, but we'll see. Let's go 2 more. checking my points there. And now we almost forgot something very important. And that would be... Alright, remember what I said about X-rays? Well, internal faces. You can usually tell there's an internal face if there's a darkness to it, but... apparently is. Let's see. Oh, no. That's the... Alright, sorry. I was confusing stuff. Or was I? Really don't want interior faces. And for some reason, those came back. I don't know. And now we're just going to see what happens. The question is why. Oh my god. Guess what I did wrong? I think. Oh my dear god. How come you don't do it? Are you just self-learned like internet tutorials? Have you actually gotten some school for learning? Maya, I bought tutorials from Gnomon Workshop and Digital Tutors back in the day. That's how I started working with Maya. But I'm mostly self-taught. And why not to do animations? Because I haven't learned how to... I haven't, until recently, learned how to do basic rigging. And that's an art in and of itself. I'm primarily a modeler. Alright, let me show you what I've done wrong. You see how I extruded this face here to be the top of the neck? And see how there's this big depression here? And see how there's this big circular thing that's on the ass end backwards side of it? Yeah. I don't want y'all to sit through that. Maybe I can... You know, I probably don't have enough history to do that. Yeah, I probably don't have enough history. Yep. Yep. That's the problem. Alright, here's what we can do, I think. First of all, when you're making stuff, make sure you know what you're doing. Otherwise... how do I cut? I want to cut them. Control X. Alright, we've gone back to this thing. Where did I paste it to? Where did I paste it to? Modify. I don't even know how cut and paste work. son of a butt munch. Alright, let's see what the reactions are to this. Yeah. Okay, well, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and fix this part of it because, damn. I do apologize in advance. Well, I do apologize now. Essentially what I have to do is go back. The problem with Maya is if you get too far ahead, you're not going to have the history. I can do a long-term, lots of history, but as soon as I do that, it's like going to eat up so much my memory. So we're going to edge extrude again. That's important to know what you're doing. Like modeling tool set somewhere around here. All right. All right. You know what? We're going to not extrude the edges. We're going to extrude the face. Maybe. Son of a butt. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong here. Alright. What time is it? It's like 6:10. we've kind of regained our sense of direction there. Same thing we had before. We'll just have to go ahead and trying to find the history. Oh, undo. Yeah. It may kill my computer, but we'll stick with it. I tried taking the thing off. Actually, no, I could have cut it off. It's too late now. I can't undo undo that. I could have taken those faces. I could have separated it out of the mesh. I forgot to do that. And the problem there would have been is I would have to do a lot more work on top to refix the top faces. It still would have been a lot of work. So we're going to go back and just... I'm just going to speed through this and not talk or try to explain or look at things until we get back to the point where I was at. I don't need that. Yeah, so I'm going to see how fast I can speed through this again. It seems the using the G key doesn't really work with this function. Oh, I'm a multi-select right now. Crap. Alright. Alright, something's going on. Oh, it didn't group somewhere. Oh, what did you just do? What did... well, shoot. Oh my god, I just deleted my model. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's see. We're gonna reopen our scene. I feel I've been saving. call it the RR Rainbow guitar. Let's save, obviously. Alright, I think my intended goal here is to, at least on this stream today, is to model up to the headstock. My blood sugar actually is kind of dropping, so I don't know how much longer I can go with it. We'll see how it go. That's why I'm prone to mistakes right now, is because my blood sugar is low. Save. We're gonna save this as an increment, maybe. Okay. You know what? We're gonna save. Well, it's... Let's see. Yeah, it's not an issue of me being frustrated. I mean, I don't mind doing it again. It's just that I'm pre-diabetic, so sometimes I don't notice that my blood sugar crashes, and I don't really have food laying around. So I will finish what I was doing. My goal is, as I said, to make the main body of the guitar with the neck, with the headstock. Now, I'll probably be doing the hardware and all the details later on, because it's not even close to being done modeling. But as far as like redoing the work, most of the work is figuring out how to actually do the work, if that makes sense. Like, I already know what I was doing before. I can just replicate what I was doing. It's not as bad as like saying, how do I make this work for something? I just like piece cylinder, rotate on a z-axis by 90. You know, piece cylinder shape. It's at 40. Shift I. You know. I think these are bottom halves. Shift I. Alright, so as we can see here, the neck is perfectly aligned on these grid points. And this is perfectly centered, so we just need to make sure these verts kind of go. Okay, this is... Yeah. Alright, good. That's going to work fine. We're just going to move this to the center line there. That way we are now pretty much good to go. We're going to delete some faces. So we actually don't have any internal faces like we did last time, really. Alright, so we need to line this up this way, but then we can start actually, just to make it easier on us. Now we don't want to like take these verts. Even, I guess we do. Never mind. I don't think this will change the thing. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. What I was worried about was it destroying the curvature of the actual thing, but that's not the case. And just make sure that we're good to go. You know what? Now's the point where we go out there and we add our models together to make one single model. Because then we can combine those, combine these. Alright, before we get started, let's just make sure this is the way I want it. Okay, top of the guitar, bottom of the guitar. Yep. Not ass backwards like it was but last time. So, let's check. It's silly how such a simple thing is so impossible in SFM. Let me read. That has some sort of door that can be opened and closed. But all I've got so far is her cottage with an already modeled door that is stuck to the world. If that's a map, that's one thing. If it's a model, you probably ask Percy or Doom Guy. to help you rig it, because that's what they did for Argo on some of the Fallout models. Was they actually rigged the static props so they could move. So you may try some of the riggers. I'm not much of a rigger, not yet at least. So, and if you already got the door, and you've got the geometry, you could probably have it done. It's just a matter of them being able to access that geometry. Alright, so like before, we're going to move. I still got bit more. Let me check the chat real quick. Let's see. Um, the thing is with convincing them is I think, I mean, I don't know if those are your models or someone else's models, like the actual cottage themselves. But I'm pretty sure a lot of them would love to have the opportunity to have those models if you wanted to do like a trade. As long, I mean, I don't really know who owns. I think I've seen the cottage. I don't remember who made it though. But I'm sure at least Percy or Doom Guy could do it. Pretty. They may talk a lot of fluff, but they usually are pretty nice about doing requests, especially if there's something that could benefit a lot of us. If that was up for, if you're up for it, after you get done with your project, like release the models or whatever it is. But I don't know. Don't want to do that. Crap. Escape. Oh, good God. No, stop. All right. Takeo, if you're on Skype and you're willing to join us, we can add you to the group. That's probably the best opportunity to like talk with them one-on-one. People who actually can do the stuff you're wanting. It's just that it's really mainly for, mostly SFMers or modelers, not really just like everyone underdog. So I think you would fit in quite well as far as seriousness as an SFM modeler or artist. Shit, that looks pretty. I mean, it's kind of a big C curve, but that's like the old school fenders. It's actually not a bad thing. Then again, when it comes to guitars and you want speed, it's not good to have the thickest of necks. But I don't think I want to go and try to do too much work on scalloping the neck down a little bit. Unless you actually play guitar, you wouldn't really know or think of that. You have to be careful when you're working a lot of surrounding vertices, because otherwise you can select them and accidentally merge those. So Alright, here's where it gets complicated. What I want to do. Let me just save it so I don't goof up too much. Thinking. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? People there started arguing stuff, so it was disbanded. Okay. Yeah, just send me a Skype request. My name is just the Fourth Aggie, and I'll just add you the Pony SFM group. Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be, especially once Percy and BGB kind of leveled out a little bit. Unfortunately, Source Rabbit has left the group, and I don't know when he'll be back. It's kind of been calm after BronyCon, more or less. I think when a lot of us were gone, they kind of like mellowed out a little bit. It's kind of funny, actually. Okay, I think what I want to do is make this, and then we'll work on that downward draft. Maybe. I'm not too sure about that, though. Oh, I was seeing this geometry, not this geometry. Yeah, let's do that. So let's first join these two. That's why I like having a 3D mouse. It's easier to get in. I think that's the corresponding point. This point. Something like that. I mean, it's not a perfect neck joint. In fact, I probably could add some more geometry there. That's one of those detail things. In fact, let me save it real quick. Some of those detail things where I probably want to smooth this out down here. Probably we could do right now, however, is give a bit of a, because it ends right there, more or less. We're just going to extrude up a bit. So we hit that point. Okay, actually that might actually work. I think I heard. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't realize we were. I'm sorry if I shouldn't have probably done that on stream. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, smaller. Yeah, I could. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And the problem is, right now, let me go ahead and add you into the group here. What? How do I add? Conversation. Add. Add people. Yeah, so I definitely agree with what you're saying here. Is it needs to be smaller, a thinner neck, and what I could do for that is try to. Okay, well here's what I can do. That's just part of the neck. Let me just backtrack on this joint part because we're gonna have to modify the height of this. So let me just backtrack a little bit. Well, I still can. All right, I'm gonna do this at some other point because I'm gonna have to squash this, and I think I can probably do that if I go to my tool selections for move. I haven't done this before, so soft select, yeah. I want to grow selection. How do I do that? I think I mean, basically that. Not what I want to do. What's allowed me to do, I think, is something like that. No, we actually want to add more vertices to that. Maybe we can fix these vertices back here in a bit. I was thinking you can do like a... it's not so round, it's flatter now. So it kind of messes everything else up. take the top edge here. It's kind of ruining the curvature, but I can move the center back in if I need to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix some of this. So what I did, I just did the so I'm not saving anything until I can know it's working. Because I mean, I know this is the problem. I'll fix that in a bit. This I'm probably going to go off soft selection. That makes it a lot thinner of a neck. So now that we've done the messiness, it even gave us a cool little neck joint there. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Yeah, if I did that, I could do it height-wise. The problem is when you do it like that, it's already, see, it was already connected to it's already connected to square mesh, so it's gonna mess those vertices up in the bottom. I have to completely re-detach it. I think what I'm gonna do, as you see here, is I'm going to go in here and actually smooth this out, but I've made it smaller without actually doing too much damage to it. It's not pretty right now, of course. Yeah, no, absolutely not pretty. What is this? Good gravy. I don't even know which one that is. That's coming off of these are bottom. These are from the bottom. Oh. Now you see why I don't do soft selects very often. Alright. I'm gonna call this the reference, the standard, and we're going to work on this. Move it down. Actually, let's not do that. Let's save as, because I don't want to get rid of, I mean, I can recreate it within like 20-30 minutes, not a big deal, but we're going to incrementally save, which doesn't seem to work right now. So I'm just gonna add a number 2 to this. Yeah, yeah, that's a, yeah, with the neck, it's turning out pretty good. It's just a matter of like going back there and cleaning this mess up. It's not a big deal, especially if you kind of know where you're going with it. That's going to be one of the detail parts, is where I'm going to go in there and fix that. I've already kind of fixed the fretboard top. I'm going to have to go and fix this joint area. You're gonna have to smooth this out. It's just gonna be a little bit of finite detail, and probably not worth showing or boring you with. Or at least right now, the major goal, like I said, is the blocking out the guitar. So let me grab a drink real quick, and then we'll start with the headstock, and that'll probably be the last of the modeling today. It's gonna be like 7 o'clock, and all the places with food are closing at some point. All right, so how do we want to do this? We've got this that has no headstock. This has a headstock, but it's completely backwards. So we're not really going to, yeah, you can see that there's a, it's not orthographic in any form or fashion. So I can definitely see the perspective view of that. So, what can I do for that? I suppose I could. So we're kind of looking at thinking about extrude those faces out right here, about right there, and then okay, sorry, I should just do it. Oh, this is going to be incredibly hard to imagine. Oh yeah, you can definitely see how rigid this is. But yeah, we'll get to that. Alright. What I could do is just build out, I can do a reference image, do a separate reference image plane, sorry, and then I don't want to lose the position everything else it's in. But I guess I'll have to. Oh, that's because it's incredibly small. So I'm trying to line up the image plane to be as straight as physically possible. It's just not going to be possible because it's not like a straight line. That's the problem, is it's bending this way, and for some reason I'm getting spammed by stuff. Alright. Alright, that's where I need to be, more or less. It's not exactly the cleanest method of doing this, but not much you can do. Alright. Whoa. Wow. Okay. Go away. Brings to another point that the scale is wrong. Oh, well, I knew that already. Of course I did. Alright. Well, I'm trying to find the best way to do this, but there's really not a good way of doing this, sadly. Without redoing the entire artwork. Well, getting it orthographic. Alright. We're just gonna say that's the best we can do for that. We're now going to move on to the point where that's the end of the thing. This is going to be the nut, the actual nut of the guitar. So, yeah. Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to edge loop splits around because we have to do the geometry. Alright. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully not. Like I said, it's the only issue is that it's like bent, kind of like this is flat. It's kind of bent like that or something like that. Um, so we're gonna go back to edge loop splits now. Insert edge loops. Sorry. It's fine for now.
Well, it seems we have some naysayers in the audience. Well, Trixie, the only thing that will call you is loser. Watch in awe. Ooh, what's the matter? Be gone! Think twice before tussling with the group, Trixie.
Oh, whoops. Scale them this ways. Yeah, that's gonna need to be fixed. Like I said, that's detailing. Like, this is kind of weird. That's the problem, is I can't see the line. You know, this is like darker, so I can tell it's shadowed, but I can't really tell here. So it kind of looks like a jumbled mess. Actually, that's the problem, is there's not anything on the backside there. But that's basically, I mean, basically wrong. I need to not. Oh no, that was. Oh man, was it 7:30? I think this might be a good time to stop for the night. Control save. I'll stick around for a second and answer questions. Yeah, I mean, I just need to push points around to get it where it's looks accurate enough. As you can see, the actual scale on my on the bigger part of the guitar is not exactly the same shape and size, I guess. It's close, but it's not there yet. Like I said, that'll have to be a tweak that I do to it. Right now, I'm going to kill off the stream, get some food, and hopefully work on it more this week. I'll be doing announcements over Twitter. It's one of those things where I can't really say what day I want to do it, because depending on the day, I have tons of work that kills me over. I'm not really energetic during some days of the week, so just get on my Twitter, the 4th Aggie Twitter, and announce that within like 30 minutes before I start, or just catch on my recordings, I guess. So, man, I'm just sneezing all over my laptop. Well, I hope you feel better, Takeo, because that ain't fun. But I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I'm gonna go. That's usually my time, is like I'll work 4 hours and I get too tired to work anymore. So I appreciate everyone who tuned in, but now I am done. So bye.